Hiya, papaya. How is everyone doing? It is. Why is it having so much trouble? Hello? What the fuck are you doing? Is this better? I can't tell. Nope, it's not. My mouth isn't moving. Ventriloquism! Whoa! Wow, ventriloquism! Look at me go! Why is it not doing... No. Your street. Why is my mouth not? This is what happens when you try something new. I got the phone tracking working, but apparently the mouth threshold is different than usual. It's apparently not gonna doesn't want to function properly. Give me a second. E U E O. Is that gonna work now? Is that gonna? Is it using both now? It's setting on. I think I don't think it's setting on. Is this better now? Is it gonna... It's not doing the thing. Why? 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 E... Ooh. This is painful. Why is... You know, fine. Ugh. Let's see, how do I turn off? And then I do... Is that better now if I use... Nope. Still the same one. How do I... Receive facial features? Is that gonna do anything? No. Now my face isn't moving at all! This is a painful experience to figure out why things aren't functioning. You know, this is why you don't do things last minute and you actually test things out and don't get distracted by a possum. You did nothing wrong. What are you talking about? You were distracting me. You were distracting me. I'm not. I turned on the fucking audio thing, but it's not, you know, outputting the thing for the thing on the sound. It's outputting it, but it's not like, you know, moving the mouth. I have it both. I have it on hybrid, so it should be able to function. Unless I have to turn up the mouth sensitivity. To do that now, is that gonna? No, it's not change. That didn't change anything at all. That changed nothing. 769. Well, I guess I'm gonna go back to, you know, the webcam face thing. Maybe. Maybe I do that instead? No? I'm not using the webcam's face thing, but the iPhone's movement. And for the head gaze. Also, moving my head moves a whole ass body really far. This is really funny. And just like, whoop, whoop, what? Whoa. 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 Smoothing? No smoothing. Mouth size reduction. What the fuck is that supposed to be? Anyways, let's just deal with this for now. We'll just use the webcam face while using my iPhone for body movement. Anyways, hi! Happy Sapphic Sunday. I'm distracted by my iPhone and the VC face not functioning the way I want it to. It's a fun little thing. But yes, we're back with Fragile Feelings. Last time we were going to go on a cute little pool date with Kohaku. We got to see a cute little outfit. That's the wrong button. We got to see On's cute little swimsuit. Oh my god. She's adorable. I love her. We're almost there. We're like halfway done through the CG gallery. Look at how cute she is. Look at how cute she is. She's a bean. A bean. And look at little Kohaku. Look at little Kohaku. Look at her, she's so happy. It is time for the pool date. You got a little sneak peek of what Kohaku was wearing last time before we ended stream. So let's jump into it. We'll see it right there. Right here. In all her glory. Yes, just what I like. Woo! It's the ocean! It's not though, it's just the school pool. Maybe not, but the school pool is kind of like the ocean, don't you think? Kohaku grinned, one hand planted upon her hip. A hip which An could see in a disconcerting amount of detail. Given Kohaku was wearing a skin-tight bikini that left very little to the imagination. Look at them! Look at the beans! Look at the height difference! Why is there a line here? Why is there just a line here? Why is there just a line there? Why is there just a random line there? Why is there a line there? Ah! Ah! An had been trying her best not to stare at Kohaku's chest since they had arrived at the pool. But that meant she kept staring at other parts of Kohaku's body instead. She hadn't realized that Kohaku had such a nice figure beneath her white coat. Speaking of the ocean, have you ever seen it before, On? Oh, great. It's not. My mouth is not moving anymore. Gay! Gay! Gay. Why is it slowing? Why is it slowing down? I'll turn off the iPhone tracking real quick. It's slowing down. Everything is slowing down. Why is the game slow? Why is my VC face slowing down? I wonder why. Looks at the three Shimejis, the Twitch stream, the OBS running at the same time. I wonder why. I haven't the foggiest idea why my computer keeps slogging it. No way of knowing. No way to know. Anyways. Speaking of the ocean, have you ever seen it before, On? What? No, I haven't. I've never been to the beach. I suspected as much, but that's still a bummer. You poor thing. It's fine. I've never really wanted to go to the ocean anyway. I've heard the beach gets very crowded. I've seen photos of it, and that's enough for me. Photos? Like... on the internet? Wait a second. I heard no... there's a thing in the fucking... There's a note in the way of my stream. In books, mostly. Runa showed me a bunch of her holiday photos from last year, too. Runa took up most of the frame, but I did see a bit of the sea behind her. I think she was more interested in showing me her swimsuit than the sea though. Huh, well... well... that's teenage girls for you. They do tend to love showing off. Still. Sizzling at a photo and actually experiencing it are two different things. The ocean's much bigger than a pool, though. So look at it like a little slice of the ocean. On cast our eyes across the school pool. The water was still smooth and flat, stirred only by the moderate breeze. So blue it almost seemed to melt into the cloudless summer sky. The pool wasn't small, but Ann knew it was less than a drop in the ocean. Sometimes, frogs found their way into the pool, which had to be scooped up. But you would never find an anglerfish or a cookie cutter shark swimming across in there. It wasn't deep enough, though Ann supposed this was a blessing, not a burden. If the school's pool had been as deep as the ocean, Ann never would have wanted to set foot in it. She would have been too scared. The pool can compare to the ocean, but it's rather pretty for what it is. Kawaku's eyes flashed wickedly. Though I think you look much prettier than in that bikini of yours. I doubt that. Ann looked away, suddenly self-conscious. She was newly aware, just as she had been in that fitting room yesterday, of just how much skin her swimsuit revealed. Why, it was positively scandalous. don't stare at me too much. Says the girl who was busy gawping at my cleavage 5 seconds ago. I saw your gay eyes. Ann's face turned even redder. Had Kawaku seen that? She thought she'd been covert about it, but evidently not. That was her fault, though. She hadn't thought that Kawaku's body would look so alluring. Hey now, don't worry so much. Ann can't help it if her eyes were at boob level. They're not, though. They're not, though, Possum. They're very much not boob level. They're like fucking neck level. They're neck to shoulder level. What are you talking about? Booba. I like how you just like slowly move up. Booba. Just slowly move there with the iPhone's wide range of tracking field. I move so much with the iPhone tracking. What the fuck? Whoa! That's a clavicle level. It's pretty close. Respectfully? 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 So I'm listening to my daughter on our stream talking about their karaoke. Their karaoke at some point that they reached the goal for. I'm listening to my daughter on their Twitch stream right now. They're supposed to be playing Overwatch. You're supposed to be playing Overwatch, but the queue to get into Overwatch for my daughter is taking ages for some reason. So just talk about random stuff right now. Yes, honey works. Oh, hi, Nick. Anyways. Hey now, don't worry so much. Kawaku patted the top of Ann's head. Pat, pat. Even without her heels, which led Kohaku 3 extra inches, she was still taller than Ann. Their difference in height wasn't as pronounced as usual, however. If Ann was around 5'3", Kawaku must have been around 5'5". She was a bit taller than average, but not outrageously so. What was outrageous, however, was the swell of her chest in her black bikini. Now that really was impressive. I'm just kidding around. You should know that by now. One second, I'm looking for something. I'm gonna grab stuff. Yeah, I know. Damn, Anne got it bad. Sorry for being weird. Load faster Google documents. Advantage alone. I love listening to the fucking most randomest things my daughter is saying in the background. It's very funny. It's alright. Everyone's a little weird. I think it's normal. Is that a contradiction? Everybody is contradictory. It's human nature. It's human nature. Ah! Misstretch. Wait, what? Huh? So I just learned something wild about Mafu Mafu about being a divorced man from a VTuber. What the fuck? What? Oh, anyways, back to the game. Not you typing the same message you typed in my chat in Hasu's chat. What the fuck? Goku looked back at the school pool, which was so bright it could have been a god jelly. Do you want to step in? Right, I guess this is why we came here. It is indeed. We've got a long, long morning ahead of us, and I've still got to teach you how to swim. Can have you dilly-dallying, wasting all this time checking me out. I wasn't. You sure? Goku grinned. You know, if you were, I wouldn't mind. Kind of flattering, actually. Did you really mean that? Did I stutter? No, but... Then you should learn to take me at my word. You're stuttering, though, and... You're getting red again. I think a dip would do you some good. Kwaku bent to touch her toe. Her toenails, unnoticed, were painted black just like her fingernails. Then rose. Ooh, black toenail. Oh my god. She fits her toenails too, that's cute. Adorable, we love her. We love Kohaku. Let's go. Kwaku broke into a run, then dove headfirst into the pool. There was a loud splash and a spray of crystalline droplets. Anne squealed and took a step back. She didn't want to get wet, though she knew this was contradictory to, you know, come into the pool. Anyways. Getting wet was part of going swimming. It would defeat the purpose otherwise. She would have to climb into the pool eventually, though she didn't intend to dive in like Kohaku had. If she did that, she doubted she would surface again. Now that feels good. Coxid bobbed up from beneath the aquamarine water. Her black hair stuck to her cheeks and her rivets of moisture trickled down her toned arms. She looked a bit too wet and wild to be comparable to a model in shampoo of adverts, but her smile was blinding. Come in, on! The water's nice and cool. It's not too cold, is it? Nope, it's just right. Right. Alright. The school pool might not have been the ocean, but Anne still eyed it with trepidation. She was afraid of everything she was unfamiliar with. The world scared her on a daily basis. Particularly that which dwelt outside of everyday routine. How the fuck did me requesting a song make a giant goddamn tangent? But it might not be so bad with Kohaku. Perhaps she might even enjoy herself. Anyways. How is this? Am I doing it right? Yep, that's right. You're doing great, On. Just keep kicking your legs. But what if my head goes under the water? Don't let that bother you. That's normal. Is it? Mm-hmm. You should expect to get a bit wet when you go swimming. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Asta's gonna look at this non-breath of bleach. Oh no. Asta's gonna look at non-breath of bleach by Pinocchio. I don't know. How do you say that name? It's not Pinocchio. Maybe it is. It's Pinocchio. You know the song. The really fast song. The song I can only sing while listening to the English cover at the same time as singing it. Because, you know, that song. Imagine. But if I go under, I won't be able to breathe. Nobody can breathe underwater, silly. That's a trick. There's a trick to it. You have to keep moving your head to the side when you swim to snatch quick breaths of air before putting it back down. Really? Anne frowned uncertainly. Though she'd often likened Cecilia's to a fishbowl, she didn't particularly want to put her head underwater.
Good morning.
That seemed to be inviting
Good
trouble.
morning, Miho, to you.
Good morning, Zoe. Hi. Anne's health was precarious enough as it was, without inviting death silly-nilly. Willy-nilly, not silly, willy-nilly. Quack, however, seemed unconcerned about this. Really, really? Now, do you think you can manage on your own? Kwaku has been giving her swimming lessons for the last 10 minutes. She had talked on through the basics as she held her hands. Anne had tried to keep her head above water, but sputtering as she did so, all while disturbing the water's surface with her inelegant, flailing limbs. Anne had always imagined swimming was something graceful. She wanted to glide along the water like a swan, or dip beneath it like a mermaid. But this impromptu swimming lesson has only served to make her feel hulking and clumsy. If it wasn't for Kohaku's hands, Anne was worried she really would sink. Aggressive Nemo pants. Guys, soon I'm gonna get the lesbian kitsune. Soon she'll ship. Soon she'll ship out. Soon. The lesbian kitsune is coming soon. Nemo. If it was Bahaku's hands, Anne was worried she would sink. She really would sink. She felt about as buoyant as a I'm sure about that. You should be. You've come on leaps and bounds already. Anne's frown deepened further still. She thought that was debatable. I think you're being a bit too optimistic. And I think you're being too pessimistic. You need to have more faith in yourself. I've never really had faith in myself. Then now's the perfect time to start. Throw yourself in at the deep end. Throw yourself in the deep end is the best way to learn. That's just a saying. It's not literal. If you let go of me, I'll die. You won't die, Ann. You're being melodramatic. No, I'm not. I won't sink. Not while I'm here. My head will go under the water. Yes. And it'll do that. I already know. Like I already said. Trying to mind it too much. How can I not mind not breathing? Well, Anna thought about death. She didn't want to die. She had an earnest desire to keep breathing, but... Now go forth, my little dolphin, and swim to your heart's content. But Ann, think about it. If you die, the Kohaku has to do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on you. No, wait, Kohaku! Good luck! Break a leg! But not literally. Kohaku, Ann began to flounder instantly. She picked her legs, trying to keep herself afloat, but that made her body feel even heavier. Her chin dipped beneath the water, then her mouth, her nose. She was sinking. Ann blinked. Her eyes were stinged with chlorine. She was being supported by the other side. A voice was calling out to her. Then two. Are you alright, Miss Clements? Please try to stay calm. If you panic... Please try to stay calm. If you panic, it will make it even worse. None of these voices, however, belonged to Haku. Why the fuck are you guys here? It's summer break. Why are you guys here? It's summer break. Why are my students here? Why are my students here? Anyways. So, they were sitting there for no reason. They were sitting there the whole time. I'm talking about my daughter's stream. The GeForce Now, the thing that my daughter uses to play games, because my computer is not built for gaming, it has a server outage. They were there, sitting, waiting for Overwatch to open. But it was never going to open because the servers for GeForce Now are down from, they're trying to fix the problem. Ann blinked. She brushed a few damp, matted locks of hair behind her ears, then looked at her saviors. To her right was Reno, and to her left was the speckled Mai, wearing glasses in the pool. Like a crazy person. Miss Clements! Miss Clements, are you alright? Miss Clements! Stop that, Rena. You need to give her some room to breathe. But her head was right under. I was scared she was gonna die. You're a very sweet girl. But you're not the brightest. Huh? Oh, what's that supposed to mean? You should be able to see, and quite clearly, at that, Miss Clements is not dead. She's a bit dazed, yes, but she's still breathing. Now we should give her some space. She needs air. May relinquished her hold upon Ann's left arm and took a step back. Well, are you coming? Right. Sorry, Mai. Sorry, Mai. That's the voice I gave her. I remember now. Sorry, Mai. Rena smiled sheepishly and scuttered back. Somewhere during all the cacophony, Ann's bare feet had found the bottom of the pool anew. She was standing up. She was standing up to her hip in water, newly able to breathe. She drank in lungfuls of air, greedily, her chest heaving. When she finally had returned to her senses, her gaze centered on Mai and Reno. Hey, Ann. Do you know these girls? They're my students, I suppose. I don't teach them, though. Miss Cowan does. This is Mai, and this is Rick. Why are you so disappointed? Why do you look so disappointed? God, you're so disappointed. Just like, damn, Runts, getting in my way? Damn, Runts, getting in my... That's rude. What do you mean, do you think it'll work? What do you mean? Do you think it will work? It's just Gothic phone. Why the fuck does Hasu run with a mouse? Hey there, Mr. Asaba. It's nice to meet you. You two. Are you girls both staying at Cecilia's over the summer? always stay here. I always stay here. Really? But why? It's preferable just getting back to home. It's preferable to going back home. Unfrowned. She hadn't known this particular kernel of information, despite knowing Mai for over a year. Mai was such a quiet, industrious girl, I had never needed to speak to her before. She didn't require any guidance. There was a reason IU always sometimes called her a walking encyclopedia, though she never meant it as a compliment. I don't mean to pry, but, you don't have any problems at home, do you, Mai? Have any problems? No. Other than my sisters. Mai's expression tightened. I have 4 sisters, and they're such a bother. They steal my things and wear my clothes and crumple my books. I'd rather not spend more time with them than I have to. Oh, I see. I nodded. She had been conjuring up nightmare scenarios of cruel parents or step-parents, and it remained living quarters. That was a relief to know that it wasn't that case. And what about you, Reno? Do you usually stay here during the summer? Not really. Not really, no. My parents are both abroad on business now, and my granny is getting too old to look after me. She did offer, but I didn't want to bother her. I thought it'd be better if I stayed here with Mai. I think she needs a bit of company. That's very kind of you. Reno's a good girl. She always puts others before herself. That's why I like her so much. That kind of nature of hers will probably cause her trouble later in life. But it's alright. We can stay friends, and I'll look after her. I won't let her get taken advantage of. Ayo, we love friendships. There. There. Thank you, Mai. So, Miss Clements, I didn't realize you couldn't swim. What? Undaunted. Was it just her imagination, or was Mai smirking at her? No, I can't swim. Really now? Well, maybe I can't swim just yet, but I'm learning. Miss Asaba is teaching me. But almost letting you drown? Mai raised an eyebrow. I don't know if that's the most effective teaching method. It's plenty effective. You gotta face up to your fears before you can overcome them. That's like the basics of basics. I'm just trying to let On have a hand. I'm just trying to lend On your hand. Huh? Are you afraid of water, Miss Clements? No, it's just... like, I'm afraid it's not like I'm afraid, it's more, I don't want to drown. But you won't drown. It's easy to stay afloat. You don't even need to take your feet and legs. You just need to lie back and let the water support you. Really? Yes, really, it's so simple. Even I can do it. Look! A smiling Reno lay back and entrusting herself to the water, let her arms and legs fly out, and her body bobbing to and fro like a rubber duck. Wow. I didn't know that was possible. And you're employed to teach us. I didn't know you were so ignorant. That's part of Anne's charm. She looks and acts very sophisticated, but she's actually kinda ditzy. Yes, I can see that now. I can't believe she didn't know how to swim at her age. That really is funny. Anne looked down thoroughly chastised. She never felt more exposed. Her lack of clothing only contributed to a little percentage of her flustered state. Being teased by Kohaku was one thing, but being teased by Mai and Arino was quite another. Why, they were less than half her age. Perhaps it had been a mistake to go swimming after all. Hey now! Kohaku sensed Anne's despondency, offered Anne a reconciliatory smile. Don't take it to heart. You're not the only person out there who can't swim. It doesn't reflect badly on you. But you went out of your way to teach me, and I've done nothing but let you down. Like I care. It's not like I'm a real teacher. I bet I'm just as much to blame as you, if not more. To improve, one must have a good teacher. Achilles would have been half the hero he was if it weren't for Cerno. Charon. Exactly. Who's Achilles? A Greek hero with superhuman speed and strength. He was unstoppable apart from a weak spot on the back of his ankle. Oh! He sounds pretty cool. Actually, it's his heel. Greek legends are very cool. I can tell you about them sometime if you want. I'd like that. It's always fun when you tell me stories, Mai. But since we're in the pool... Reno waded on the side of the pool, then scooped up an inflatable beach ball which had been scuttling along the surface of the artificially blue pool. I hadn't seen that ball when she'd first arrived in the pool. Reno and Mai must have brought it with them. Probably Reno. Mai didn't seem like the sort who'd enjoy frivolous things like ball games. I think we should play a game. Do you want in, Miss Clance? What, we won't have to swim, will we? Nope! Not in beach volleyball. You just splash around a bit and it'll be fun. Beach volleyball, huh? I'm game. I suppose I don't mind, though. We don't have a net. We don't need one! We can play pretend. And we don't have anybody to keep us full either. We can keep it to ourselves. And the other team will cheat. Cheat? How dare you? I wouldn't need to cheat to beat a bunch of pipsqueaks like you. I could beat you both blindfolded. Oh yeah? Then why don't we test it to find out? Are you playing too, Miss Clements? Yes, Miss Clements, play with us. It'll be fun. Well... Anne dithered. She knew it wasn't wholly appropriate to play around with her own students. But Mai and Brino had probably been bored. Being stuck at St. Cecilia's over the summer. This little game would give them something to do. At the very least, it might keep Anne's mind occupied. She didn't want to let them down. But Kohaku for that matter, She looked more excited by all this than she perhaps ought to. Alright, I suppose I can join in if you really want me to. Alright, let's do our best, partner. Going to be on the same team? Of course. We are friends, aren't we? I guess. It doesn't seem fair, though, putting both adults on one team. It'll be fine. We can both swim unlike you, and we played this game a bunch before. I bet you'll be more like a handicap, Miss Clements. Who are you? Unfrowned. She didn't appreciate being made into the butt of a joke. But maybe that was better than taking life too seriously. What did it matter if Reno laughed at her? At least she was having fun. That really was a blast. I think I must have played around a little too much, though. I'm spent. Kwaku raised both arms above her head. A content smile played around her lips. She and Ann had dried themselves off after their excursion to the spook pool, but neither had done a very thorough job at it. Kwaku's hair was still tied up in its usual ponytail, but it was limp and damp, darker than usual from her dip in the pool. Ann's hair, meanwhile, stuck to her cheeks, curly and with moisture. When Ann inhaled, she could smell chlorine. It was faint, infused with the homely green tea aroma which filled the infirmary, but it was present nonetheless, particularly on his skin. Ann's energy reserves, meanwhile, had been spent. Her arms ached and her legs felt numb and unfeeling. She was exhausted, but did you have fun, Ann? Oh yes, I really did. Thank you for inviting me out. It was really thoughtful of you. Don't thank me. I was doing it out of self-satisfaction. It was more than anything else. It's not like I've got anyone else to ask out. Oh right, I see. Ann bowed her head. The smile, once so luminous, began to waver. You're just being presumptuous then. What? Oh no, I didn't mean to say your last resort or anything. It's not what I was trying to get at. I happen to like spending time with you, in case you didn't realize. I absolutely don't suffer the company of people I don't like. I'm sure my colleagues back at my old workplace could tell you that much, though. A couple of them asked me out to drinks. Like, they didn't... A couple of them asked me out for drinks, like they hadn't been shit-talking me behind my back. Guess they figured I was good enough for a lay. Though they couldn't stand working with me at an actual equal. And what did you do? I told them where to go where to get off. I never demeaned myself by hooking up with a guy who didn't respect me. If they couldn't play nice with me on the job, in a professional environment, Poku made a little quotation mark with her fingers, you can bet they weren't gonna play nice outside of work, either. Bastards. Besides, they weren't to my tastes. I don't going for you guys.
Then you mean...
Anne began, but her voice soon trailed off. She wasn't sure how to phrase the question. She did not want to seem indelicate. It wasn't like it mattered anyway, at least it shouldn't have. She was nothing more than Kohaku's friend, but... Anyways... To get back to the point. What I'm trying to say is, I like you. That's why I invited you out. It wasn't some act of kindness. It wasn't some act of kindness on my part. And I wasn't taking pity on you. I'm not philanthropist. I bet I had just as much fun today as you did.
Do you mean that?
Yep. Why do you ask? Don't you believe me? Do you think I'm a liar?
No, it's not that. It's just, well... You have the self-esteem...
You have the self-esteem of a potato. And you still don't believe me when I say I like you?
I guess...
Jeez, you look so delicate, but you're pretty stubborn. We've got to work on that. It's unhealthy. And speaking of things that are unhealthy, Puck folded one leg over the other, then reached into a drawer for her carton of cigarettes. She wormed one out, then lit it and brought it to her lips. She inhaled, her eyes half-lidded, and expelled a breath of grey smoke to the pristine infirmary. Well, we can always work on your poor self-image later. We've got time. It's a slow process. So, how do you feel?
Tired.
And your head? Does it hurt any?
Now that you mention it...
Unfrowned. She hadn't thought of her head for the last 2 hours. Well, since she and Kohaku had stepped into the pool. It was remarkable just how clear her head felt. She couldn't even feel the ghost of a migraine coming on. When had this last been the case? I couldn't remember.
It doesn't hurt at all.
Does it always bother you?
No, not always. I'm always thinking about it though. My head doesn't hurt. I get so caught up wondering what it will hurt next that sometimes I think I gave myself headaches. Rena always did say I worry too much.
She might be right there. Kaku took another drag of a cigarette, then exhaled. The acrid smell of nicotine hung in the air, but Anne hadn't coughed from it. She'd begun to grow accustomed to it, just like she had grown accustomed to Kaku's own idiosyncrasies. 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 Kaku's other idiosyncrasies. In fact, she thought she was rather beginning to like the smell of cigarette smoke. It made her think of Kaku. When a problem can often exaggerate it. It's not uncommon for people to convince themselves they're suffering through sheer force of will. The human brain's incredibly complicated. And it can be pretty self-destructive too. I'm aware that in my case, you do have some sort of underlying medical condition, but I thought going out might help take your mind off it. Did my experiment work? You were using me as a lab rat? Don't wrinkle your nose like that. Rats are pretty cute. And I was doing it with your best interests at heart. I don't like to see you suffer, Alan. Wait. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, fine. I've seen a lot of you. I've seen a lot of you these last few months, but we spent most of our time in this dreary little room. Isn't it going outside together more fun? That's true, I guess. I did have fun this weekend. Well, they're just up there. Why am I being... Where's my pain coming from? Oh, that's her. Okay.
It's true, I guess. I did have fun this weekend. Thank you.
And I already said, silly. You don't have to thank me. Maybe I was playing doctor just a little, but it was all in the service of making you smile.
It was my smile worth that much?
A whole bunch. It's way too cute. Okay, stubbed the cigarette out in the ashtray on her desk, then rose to her feet. She crossed the room, her soul striking against the floor, then stood in front of Ann.
Kohaku, what is it?
Nothing really. Now I'm just thinking.
Thinking what?
Then you make for quite the curious specimen. But a vastly more amusing partner. Haku brushed a few strands of damp hair behind Ann's ear. Fingertips trailed across Ann's cheek, which made Ann blush. She could smell the nicotine in Kwaku's breath, mingled with the chlorine in her skin. Her hand was starting to swim, but it still didn't hurt. It hadn't hurt for hours. Look out yourself, Kay. I'd be upset if anything happened to you. You're the best friend I have in this. You're the best friend I have in this place, and I want you to be happy. A whole bunch. Would you say, Kohaku, that Ann is
My bestest friend.
I really have grown fond of you. Ann found her thoughts turning inexorably to Kohaku that night, as she lay back in her bed. She could hardly believe she had spent this whole day in Kohaku's company. It didn't feel quite real. But Ann knew it had been. Otherwise, she wouldn't have felt so happy.
Kohaku.
Ann mumbled Kohaku's name simply for the sake of saying it. Her throat hummed, and these 3 syllables seemed to glisten. The summer heat was insistent. It pressed itself against Ann's body more intimidatingly, sliding invisible fingers along the inside of her thighs. Sweat prickled on Ann's skin. She shifted. It was past midnight. She would have been asleep half an hour ago, but sleep refused to come. How could she sleep now after all she had done? It had been hours since she had parted from Haku, but still, her heart was racing. When she blinked, she recalled Kohaku in her black bikini. Haku holding her hand as she taught her how to swim. Haku laughing as she pointed the inflatable beach ball at Reno. Haku smiling as they sat together in the infirmary. You're the bestest friend I have in this place, and I want you to be happy a whole bunch. I really have grown fond of you. Ann quivered. Her body felt hot in the most intimate of moments, which could not be chalked up to solely the weather. The nape of her neck still tingled when Kohaku's fingers had brushed it. For a mad, dizzying moment, Anna let herself believe that Kohaku might bridge the gap between them altogether. and press her mouths together. She had leaned into it, hoping against hope. But Kohaku had pulled away again, and the opportunity passed. On was left, the shuddering heart, her hair disheveled, swallowing her down bitter disappointment. She didn't fully understand. I had always shrunk away from love, like small animals did from predators much larger than them. Not that it had ever been too large a sacrifice on her part. Shying away from romance had not required any effort on Anne's part, nor any anguish. She never before known what it was like to be in love. Not until she had met Kohaku. She was happier now that she had been in years, and yet. When Anne closed her eyes, she imagined herself and Kohaku in the infirmary, the pair of them together. This time, however, Kohaku did not pull away from her. Their eyes met, then Kohaku dipped her head, and the lips finally met in a soft, gentle kiss. It feels like it's been an age. I miss you so much. Oof. Anne recoiled, winded as a pair of arms wound around her middle. I couldn't see the face of her interloper. It had been pushed so intimately against her, but she recognized her regardless. How could she not? There was only one girl in Cecilia who would cling to her like that. Naturally, it was Runa. Over a month had passed since Runa had said goodbye to the young girl outside Cecilia's gates, and now the summer holidays had come to their close. The autumn term would soon begin, bringing with it heightened pressure for the very oldest girls studying for their university entrance exams. Cars had arrived at Cecilia's during the final days of August, offloading young ladies in the multitudes. Some of these young ladies sported not brown tans after weeks spent relaxing in the sun, while others had new haircuts, new nails, and suitcases stuffed full with expensive new clothes. Iguchi Runa, however, looked much the same as she had when Anne had said goodbye to her in July. In all respects, she remained the same old Runa.
Runa, I'm about to see you, but what? But what? It's, hard to breathe. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Summer! Sun! Oranges everywhere! Big ass fucking belt buckle! Summer!
Hey there, Willowmere. It's me, Summer. I felt like I didn't want it to end. All of it. The cost
Awesome.
being here on the hill, being with the four of you. It's what I've been hoping for so long. You guys don't even know. It's the most right I've felt in years. Just being together, chatting, laughing. I miss it all so much. All of you. And I don't want things to go back to how they have been, where we never talk to each other. I want things to be like they were. No, not just that. I want to make new memories with you all. I want to pick up where we left off. If you all want that too.
Runa started, then jumped back, smiling guiltily as she did so. My bad, Ann. I didn't mean to hurt you. That's like the last thing I want. I was just so happy to see you again. I couldn't resist. It's been like way too long. I missed you.
Yes, you did say that.
And you? Didn't you miss me too?
Of course I did. It should go without saying. You're my friend.
Your best friend?
The best ever.
Well, that's alright then. That's alright then. You don't seem too pleased to see me though. Is something the matter?
Not at all. I'm fine. I'm just a bit surprised, that's all. It's all rather sudden. I didn't know you were back to see us already. I thought you said you were due to arrive later this evening.
That was what Runa had told Ann yesterday, in a string of text messages riddled with spelling mistakes. Some people were more formal when they texted, and others were less so, but Runa's messages were delivered exactly the same as her speech was. Breathlessly, without pause, the words tumbling over one another in a rush. Her texts were always riddled with typos. Runa talked a lot, and she texted even more. Messages sent with expectations of quick replies. Yes, that movie, Possum. That movie. When it talked a lot and text even more, her messages were the expectation of quick replies. When Ann hesitated to respond, Runa would send 2, 3, 4 more messages, scant seconds apart, while Ann struggled to answer the very first message she'd received. Ann didn't use her phone much, and she wasn't good at typing. She found it hard to locate all the keys. Compared to Runa, she was slow and lumbering. Oh yeah, that was the plan. I was meant to get back here at like 6. But I made such a fuss, Dad decided to cave and drive me back early. He never usually listens to me, but I think he must have gotten sick of my nagging. For once, I finally got the better of him. That's me. That old bastard. I don't know. 500 maybe?
He teaches you in arguments that often?
We don't really argue, not usually. But he tells me to do stuff, and I try and answer back, but he ignores me. It's real hard to fight with somebody, even if they won't give you the time of day. He's so mean and stern and cold, but you're nice and soft. I really am glad to see you again, Ann. I hope you weren't too lonely without me.
I'd be I was able to bear it well enough.
I'm glad to hear it. But I hope you don't bear it too well. You've gotta need me just a little more. A little, or I lose my reason for living.
Oh, I don't know if you should center that around me. It doesn't sound healthy, and I wouldn't be worth it anyway.
Tut. Runa clicked her tongue. Did nobody ever say you're a bad judge of character? You're worth so much. That's why you're my bestie. But don't worry, I was exaggerating. You're not my only reason for living, but you're one of them. That's why I want to see you again so much. Runa lifted one of her arms through Anne's and peered at her. Her eyes large and big golden with like a Polly's. I was getting sick of being on my own. Bulging. August, it's not quite the beach. It's not quite the beach. Good morning, girls. It's lovely to see you again after the summer holidays. I must say, I am glad to see you're all in good health. You've returned to Cecilia's looking very hale and hearty indeed. I hope you were able to enjoy your summer to the fullest, as it will be the last chance you have to relax in quite some time. Now you have returned to this August Academy. You must turn your minds to more elevated subjects, chiefly your futures. Miss Akasaka cast her gaze along the sea of faces before her. Some of these girls had developed hands over the summer, but they all turned pale under the weight of Miss Akasaka's expectant eyes. I'm an old woman, and I speak from experience when I say there is nothing more valuable in the world than one's schooling. You were all very fortunate to attend an exalted academy like Cecilia's. Make sure you do not forget it. The advice I have to give you now is applicable to all of you young girls before me, but I believe it shall be the most valuable to those of you in your final years at Cecilia's. To these girls, take note, you should be applying to universities in a scant handful of months. As such, you cannot afford to be playing around. Your education is paramount. You must pay attention in class and devote your leisure hours to the pursuit of knowledge and to further knowledge. I've ordered your teachers to teach you weekly. Any girl who falls behind will be punished accordingly. Do I make myself plain? Yes, ma'am. The handful of senior students, about 60 of them or so, spoke up, Runa amongst them. I could see Runa among the crowd near the back of the assembly hall. She looked paler than usual, fingers fretting on at the red ribbon wound around her collar, which, of course, was crooked. She looked queasy. I know we all have our own strengths and weaknesses, but we can only hope to improve upon them if we are willing to face them. I know that my measures are harsh, but they are harsh for a reason. When I scold you, I only do so out of love. One thought she saw Runa snort a little, but it was hard to tell, half her face being blocked by the girl beside her. I wish you all to graduate from this institution and have fulfilling lives in whatever professional field you choose to pursue, should you choose to pursue it. St. Cecilia's is an old academy with a sterling history. Many of our alumni have gone on to become famous poets, musicians, even scientists. I believe you all have the potential to follow in the footsteps. I wish for you to continue their legacy. Your future success will behoove both yourselves and Cecilia's success. Be a success, which shall attract more students to our august institution. Do keep this in mind when you study for your numerous exams. You are supposed to be cream of the crop, the creme de la creme. Apply yourselves, keep your head off, and heads down, and keep out of trouble. Sloppy, substandard results will be paid for threefold. Not twofold, threefold. They will reflect poorly upon my leadership, your work ethic, and Cecilia's as a whole. As the curator of this wonderful school, I cannot in good conscience sit back and let that happen. I will do all I can. What's this? I will do all I can upon its high standards. I do not care if I make enemies in this process. I'm here to educate, not to cradle or pamper or to befriend you. Think on that throughout the day and resolve to shape yourselves into girls who may bring further honor to St. Cecilia's. Now, you're dismissed. Good morning, girls. It's lovely to see you all after the holidays. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Yes. Yes. I had a very good time, miss. Oh, yes. You'll never guess where I went on my holidays. I'm sure you won't. It's so exotic. Well, now, let me see. You do look rather tanned, are you? She has a nice, healthy brow. Why, your paws seem to be glowing. I know! Don't! I look wonderful. My mommy told me I looked like a little Scarlet. She said, I'm so pretty. I could be a model when I grow up. And what about your father? And what does your father think about that? He says I'm so smart, it would be a shame to waste my brains like that. He wants me to be a lawyer, just like him. And what do you want to do, Ayu? I want to do both. Both? That is quite the commitment. You'll be running ragged trying to balance being a model and a lawyer. For what I've gathered, they're both very demanding jobs. I'm sure they are, but I can manage it. I'm Asazaki Ayu, and I can do anything. Goodness me, you're positively exuding self-confidence. It's very impressive. I wish I had some of your gumption, Ayu. I find my own job hard enough, and I only have one. Hot lawyer. And what would you like to would you like to tell the rest of the class where you spent your summer? But of course, I was just getting to that. I know some of you stayed in Japan during the summer. You poor things, while others were more unfortunate. Ayu glanced at Reno, who blushed, and May, whose expressions remained impassive. Had to stay here to Cecilia's. Your families were so very busy, they couldn't spare the time to take you back home. My heart goes out to you. It really, truly does. You must have been bored out of your heads. This really is a lovely school, and that's what my mommy says. But it can be dull, particularly without me around to amuse you. But you don't need to worry anymore. I'm back, and I'll tell you all sorts of stories on my holidays. Isn't that nice of me? Are you beamed? If you must know, my family took me to Costa Rica for 2 weeks. Costa Rica? That does sound lovely. It was. The village we stayed in was very pretty, and it was only a few minutes walk. The sky was always clear and the beach was so warm and sunny. It was amazing. I'm sure it was. I imagine I speak for the rest of us when I say I'm very envious, are you? I'll be right back. Be back in bio break. Oh, right up there it is. I'm back.
As you see, as you should be, depending on some nice beaches, but they really can't compare to Costa Rica. Oh! Oh! Where is Costa Rica anyway? I've never heard of it before.
Sorry, that doesn't say Costa Rica. That is not, none of that says Costa Rica at all. I have not, that is not, that says Corsica. Not, in my fucking brain, autofill Costa Rica. That is not Costa Rica. That says Corsica. What the, where is Corsica anyway? I haven't even heard of it. I haven't heard of it before. Where is Corsica? I had never heard of it before. Literally. Me either. You know?
Oh. Now it's a good idea. Why don't we get a lesson outside of... Why don't we get a lesson out of your travel, are you? You're so knowledgeable. I'm sure you can teach the class a thing or two about the world.
It's apparently off the coast of France. Oh.
Do you think you can point out Corsica on the book map? Corsica?
Miss Cayano gestured to a large glossy map on the wall of the world, which was tacked onto the walls.
Of course I can. What do you take me for? Corsica's right here. Look. Look.
I put her foot, got to her feet and strode decisively to the map. She put her finger to a small jagged island surrounded by the sea, then grinned.
You see, I'm pretty good at geography. Indeed you are. That's exactly right, are you? Well done. So, Corsica is near France?
It'd be hilarious if she fucking pointed to the wrong place as well. I was like,
so Corsica is near America?
what?
It's between France and Italy, in the Mediterranean Sea. It used to belong to the Greeks, then the Romans, but now it's part of France.
Now you gotta check something real quick. They just walked. Someone just left. I was like, I want to check. They locked the door. The moment I look at the lock, it just starts locking. So I was like, okay, they locked the door. They were locking the door. Lol.
My. You are knowledgeable, are you? Is there anything else you know? I know, I'll start. My daddy told me a lot about Corsica. He said it's where Napoleon was born, the famous French emperor. We even got a look at his house. Really? Was he still living there? He's dead, motherfucker. You dumb bitch, Rena. He's fucking dead. That's doubtful, given Napoleon died 200 years ago. Then why does that mean you saw his ghost? Don't be a dummy! Ghosts don't exist! And my... Yes? I'm the one who's supposed to be talking about Corsica, not you? Can you keep your know-it-all mouth shut? I'm sorry. I just wanted to correct out Reno's misunderstanding.
I could have corrected it myself. It's not nice to butt in when somebody else is trying to talk. You can tell the class all about your own holiday when Miss Ion gets to you. Not that you'll have what to speak about. You stayed in Celia all summer long. Like the sad no like 4 eyes that you are. I bet your parents couldn't stand to have you at home. You're so mopey. Alright, are you? That's enough. Let's not resort to childish insults. I thought you were above such things. I am. I'm a mature, elegant lady. Please, act like it. Then, I was impressed by your knowledge about Corsica, and I would hate for you to let yourself down. Now, what do you have to say to Mai? I don't want to say anything to Mai. You might not want to, but you ought to. Mature ladies must know when to admit their own wrongdoings. Okay. I'm sorry, Mai. It's alright. I'm sorry for interrupting him, are you? Yeah, you really should be. That's not your fault. Are you? But maybe I went a bit too far. I'll have to behave. See to it that you do, little miss. You do. You can be so sweet. It seems a shame to spoil it. Now, is that everything you have to say? Now, is that everything you have to say about Corsica? Now, is that everything you have to say about Corsica? I read that already. I have lots and lots more to say, but I'll save that for later. My mom always says it's better to leave people wanting more. Why don't you ask Miku where she went on holidays? It looks like she's dying to talk about it. What a good idea. I think I'll do just that. Can you sit down, Ayu? Thank you for your lovely contribution for the class. Would you like to stand up at the front now, Miku, and tell everyone about your holidays? Oh yes, I didn't go anywhere. Oh, insert text-to-speech here. Oh yes, I didn't. Oh no, nothing but that. Oh yes, I did not go anywhere. As special something as Koritaga, and I didn't need any ghosts. I doubt you saw any ghosts either. Of course I did! I already said they don't exist. Of course I didn't already said they didn't exist. But I did have lots of fun. Oh no. Miku picked her way to the front of the classroom while Ayu took a seat to her desk. With some cajoling with Miss Kayano, she gave a brief account of the holiday abroad, then pointed out where she has been on the world map. This occurred several times over as Miss Kayano worked her way through the class. Most of the girls had gone abroad, and they had stories of sea and surface to share, while those who remained in Japan talked about trips to the countryside, the mountains, and hot spring resorts. Mai, who'd stayed in St. Cecilia, spoke about the book she'd read, while Reno talked about the days she spent in the school pool with Kohaku and An. You went swimming with Miss Asawa and Miss Clements, you say? That does sound like fun. It was! I was even better at swimming than Miss Clements! Hehehe. Reno giggled. Reno giggled as did the rest of the class. An, meanwhile, thought her face turned pink. real quick. Being more swimmer than a 9-year-old was somewhat embarrassing. Being a worse diary of that. But the girls in Celia's weren't ordinary 9-year-old girls. The majority of them were from wealthy families and had been afforded privileges, and Anne had not. The year's accounts of their dads and holidays made that abundantly apparent. Tamaki didn't talk when it was her turn to speak about her holidays, but she didn't need to. Anne had coaxed her into writing a few sentences in her copybook, which she read aloud for the benefit of the class. Miss Kayano praised these sentences, brief though they were, which made Tamaki squirm with pleasure. It was rare she took part in any class-wide activities, and it was rarer still she did so without too much coaxing. Anne smiled as she sat down, handing Tamaki her copybook.
Well done. Well done.
Anne said this under her breath, as the next girl began to trot out the information about her trip to Antigua.
I'm glad you shared that with the rest of the class. I'm sure they were happy to hear about it too. I didn't know you'd gone to the Alps. Been to the Alps.
Tamaki nodded, then purred. She nuzzled her head against Anne's arm, who ruffled the top of her head in turn. She had never much cared for the holidays, but she disliked the new school term all the more. Tamaki is a treasure, we love her. She was forever fretting that she wasn't good enough to be a teacher, but that didn't deserve a salary, that she was nothing more than a nuisance. But her spirits were cautiously optimistic that crisp September morning. Perhaps life wasn't so very grim after all.
I think that went rather well, don't you?
Miss Kayano addressed him on once the bell had rung for the lunch and the last student had trickled out of the classroom.
There was a bit of trouble with Ayu, but Ayu and trouble often go hand in hand. That girl could be such a nuisance. She's awful. She's awful. She's awfully showy. Showy-offy, indeed. Showy-offy, indeed.
Miss Kayano chuckled.
Maybe I shouldn't feed her ego so much. It's the best way to get her on a good... It's the best way to get her a good time, though. She didn't seem to respect her other classmates how that much. But she did apologize to Mai, which is better than nothing. I think she's made some progress. She's not quite the thought. This is usual. It's a work in progress. Her parents scold her rotten, but she's not a bad girl at heart. I think there's some promise there. Speaking of which...
Miss Carol uncrossed her legs, then leant forward in her chair. Tamaki made quite a bit of progress, hasn't she?
We're talking about her essay? You're talking about her essay?
That's right. It's so rare she ever takes part in our class-wide discussions. I was quite shocked. I was tempted to pinch myself to prove I wasn't dreaming. It'd be nice if she'd read those lines herself, of course. But her condition is so delicate that there's no sense thrashing her. Patience is key. Baby steps. I'm glad you're here, though. Ann, you bring out the best in Tamaki. Do you really think so? Of course. You just need to look at her. You just need to look at her to know that she's far friendlier than when she was first in Cecilia's. Back then, she used to growl at anybody who made eye contact with her. She stared into space during her lessons and never wrote anything down. She drove her teachers half crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room. I'm glad she stopped flying off the handle as much as she did. I think it must be your presence. You keep her calm. If it wasn't for you, I doubt she'd ever be able to sit in the classroom with the others. I've been trying my best, but she still won't speak to me. I'll look down at her right hand, splying upon her desk. The ring of bite marks had long since vanished, but Anne could remember how it felt to be pierced by Tamaki's sharp incisors. She shuddered. And there was the incident last term, too. I'm afraid it was my input that made her explode. Well, we all have off days. Tamaki shouldn't have lashed out like that, but I think she's been suitably apologetic. She hasn't bitten you once since then, has she? No, she's been very affectionate, actually. Well, there you go. You live and learn. I'm glad she didn't leave any lasting damage. So... Miss Carroll clapped her hands together.
I've asked every single one of my students what they did during the summer, but never had a chance to speak to you. Well, with the during summer, but I've never had a chance to speak to you. I read that already. How were things on? Did you stay at Celia's? Like always, yes. Well, I suppose that went without saying. I wonder why I asked. I can't help but feel the students. I feel for the students who stay here during the holidays. It can't be much fun. I'm sorry I was unable to check up on you, Ann. I was so busy visiting my own relatives. I had the time. Fine, I don't mind. Are you sure? Ah, noted. Well, if you say so. Surely you must have want to travel yourself, though. See a bit of the world? I'd rather not. It sounds stressful. You mean to say you're not interested in visiting Corsica? Not really. I'm sorry Ayu will be upset to hear that. Wasn't her glowing review enough to convince you? It does sound interesting, but I like Japan just fine. This country is all I've ever known, and... well... staying at St. Cecilia's isn't so bad. Not when you have somebody with you. Are you referring to the new nurse? Miss Asaba, yes. We spent a lot of time together. Reno said she saw the pair of you at the pool. My, that does sound nice. I would have liked to go swimming myself, but I hadn't the opportunity. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself against the odds. I don't know. I don't know when you and Miss Aksa became such good friends, but I'm happy about it. I think you need somebody you can confide in. Somebody other than me, that is. I'll always be happy to listen to your problems, of course. Miss Asaba is a bit close to you in years. She seems nice in her own way, despite all those piercings.
So I'm distracted by things.
If the pair of you continue being friends, it gets harder to make acquaintances the older you get, and she's obviously good for you. You really must like her a lot. Smile like that. Hey, An!
An glanced at Runa, brushing aside a few strands of hair as she did so. They were both sitting atop the roof, as they usually did during lunchtime. Runa had prepared lunch for herself the night before, which consisted of fluffy white rice and ginger chicken. An, meanwhile, had to content herself with a sandwich bought from the school store. Sandwich's cellophane wrapper wrinkled beneath the sunlight. It crumpled in Anne's hand and looked sad, at the halves shed chrysalis of caterpillar. The sandwich, meanwhile, was similarly sad. The bread bun dented, the lettuce wilted. Anne had left the classroom later than usual, and she had been one of the last to arrive at the campus school. This chicken cutlet sandwich had been one of the last ones, an unfortunate reject. It tasted just fine, though.
I was thinking.
Runa set her chopsticks down and formed a picture frame with her thumbs and forefinger. Holding the frame aloft, she peered it on and said,
You've been looking kind of different lately. What do you mean? I have? Yeah. Ever since the end of the summer holiday, you didn't get a tan, did you? I don't think so.
Anne had it hidden away in her bedroom all summer, as she had the summer prior, but she had only gone out askant a handful of times with Kohaku, and even then it had been to nowhere more adventurous than the nearest town. Thank you, Fossa. Yet had an opportunity to get a tan. When Anne looked down to examine her wrist, she could see her veins beneath the skin. A crisscrossing network of blue, slender lines like a tributary of rivers on a world map.
I think I look the same as always. Maybe you think so. Maybe you think you do, 'cause you see yourself every day. But it's been a while for me, and I can tell there's something changed. You're smiling more. You're actually happy. What the fuck? Why are you so happy? Why the fuck are you so happy? Tell me. How so? How so? I don't know. You're just acting a little off is all.
Runa wrinkled her nose when she said off, as one might when talking about a week-old carton of milk in the fridge. It did little to boast her Anne's self-confidence, which had always been flimsy.
You're making it sound like I've gotten rotten, Runa. Oh no! I didn't mean it like that. It's just...
I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on it. You've definitely changed, though. You usually look so pale. I'm still pale. I'm still pale. I guess. Runa examined An's slender wrist, which peeked out from beneath the sleeves of her dark brown dress, and she sighed. Maybe you just don't look any different, then. Maybe it's more like your attitude. I'm not really sure how to describe it. Then don't. An's skin prickled as it felt like she was being dissected. Did something happen over the summer, An? Runa peered at An, her eyes wide and disseminating. She leant forward during the last minute, and now her face was inches away from An's. They were so close An could feel Runa's breath on her cheek. Is there something you're not telling me? An looked away, perturbed. She told Runa nothing of what had passed between her and Kohaku. Why would she? What was there to tell other than a day spent in the nearby town, a lazy sunny Sunday spent in the high school pool? Kohaku had brushed a strand of damp hair behind An's ear, and An's heart had seized up in response. But that had been all. No kisses had taken place between them, no any caresses. An might have imagined such things within the privacy of her own head, but that was all they were. Imaginings. None of it had been real, no matter how frivolous she'd wished for it. It hadn't meant anything. Women. Gay women. Why then did she keep thinking about it? Why?
I don't want to suspect you of anything, but you really have been acting oddly. You talk, but it's like you just don't see me. We talk, but it's just like you don't see me. You're just distracted. You're always been kind of daydreaming, but now it's like you're living on a different planet. You've been ever since I got back to school. It's been a whole week. I figured things were just awkward because it's been a while since I last saw you, but I'm seriously starting to wonder. You would let me know if something was upsetting you, wouldn't you? Promise me that at least. Don't shut me out. Runa.
Anne frowned. She had finally found her voice, after what seemed a century, but the words that came from her lips did not truly sound like hers. They were strange and alien, and perhaps Runa realized it too. Was that why she looked so uneasy?
I'm fine. Nothing's wrong, I promise. Are you sure? I'm sure. Cross your heart?
Anne paused. A brief moment of silence passed between both girls. Anne perturbed, Runa concerned. The wind blew. It twirled through Runa's hair and crinkled the cellophane wrapper that lay in Anne's lap. Anne drew a deep breath. She counted to 10 and thought of Kohaku. She thought of what could have been, and what she wished had been, but what ultimately had not been. She might have fantasized about being with Kohaku, but what worth did her fantasies have? They were made of less concrete stuff than spiderwebs. It was silly to dwell upon it.
Cross my heart. Oh, alright then. If he says nothing, I guess it's nothing. I must be paranoid. Sorry to ask you so many weird questions, Anne. No, it's alright.
Anne looked down at her lap, the half-eaten sandwich which lay upon it. I'm glad that
you care about me so much. Thanks, Runa. You don't need to thank me. That's, like, part of being a friend. I worry about you because I care. And I know, because you care about me, you never want to make me worry. Not on purpose, anyway. If that really was an issue, I'm sure you'd tell me. I have faith in you. Just promise me one thing, Kay? What? What?
Runa's eyes narrowed. Her voice was serene enough, but there was a hard undercurrent beneath her words, which made Anne stiffen.
You'd never lie to me, would you? I wouldn't. You mean it? I mean it.
Anne glanced down at her lap, unable to meet Runa's gaze. She still had half a sandwich left, but all of a sudden, she didn't want it. She didn't feel hungry, and Runa's curious gaze and literature invigorated her appetite. She thought things had gone back to normal between herself and Runa, but she had been mistaken. How could things have ever go back to normal now? Try though she might, Anne simply couldn't stop thinking about Kohaku. She's too gay. This is a lesbian problem. And a week passed, during which nothing of note occurred. Anne attended her lessons as always, and when the bell rang signaling the beginning of lunch, she retreated to the roof with Runa. During this period, Anne saw very little of Kohaku, save for a few brief glimpses. Your beeline for the bed. Kaku greeted her cheerfully, then off as she was in Nasha Dryer the ready lol. My wish to remember where the fuck I am. It's great. Hmm? She took a painkiller and curled up under the sheets. It's the title. It's the screen. It's the thing I have for my thumbnail. It's the thumbnail image. It's the thumbnail CG. Look at it. The head throbbed like something alive. A primordial monster trying to escape from her skull. Anna whimpered. It hurt. Why did it hurt so much? What had she done to deserve this? It didn't seem fair. But life never was. You poor thing. Kaku's voice was gentle and considerate, and she ran her fingers through An's disordered tresses. Sleep well if you can, and try not to worry. I'll be by your side the whole time, looking over you. You just call me a guardian angel. That might be a little too much, but... Thank you, Kaku. It's no problem. I might have enjoyed cutting my dolls up as a kid, but I don't want to cut you up. I'd far rather you get better. If that headache keeps bothering you, you can tell me. I'll take care of it. Medicine? Uh-huh. And if that doesn't work? I'll kick its butt. I don't want that. I don't know if that's possible. Headaches aren't physical things. I guess not, no. There came a shifting somewhere in An's left. Kwaku must have crossed one leg over the other. What? If you have willpower, though, anything's possible. Almost anything, at least. Say perhaps working at a hospital as a resident. Now that's pretty tough. I gave it my all. I swear I did. But... Kwaku's voice trailed away. A chair creaked. Anyways, if the headache's gone when you wake up, it'll put a damper on my good news. Why the fuck wouldn't your PC handle Omori? It's just Omori, boss. It's just Omori. What news? Yeah. It's just garbage. This is the story.
Now. That would be telling. Let's just say that I got a surprise for you. I've been to tell you about it for a while, but the opportunity didn't present itself. Not until now, that is. I wouldn't want to swing it on you when you're not feeling well, though. So rest up, okay? Okay.
I'm listening about Horizon really fighting for his life right now. He's really fighting for his life over there. It's really funny. Just let me go to the goddamn thing. Thank you. Is it you? Are you the surprise? Ah! Surprise! It's me! Anne's voice trailed away, and soon was subsumed by a yawn. She nuzzled her head against the pillow, which felt cool against her cheek. Her head still hurt, but it hurt marginally less knowing that Kwaku was with her. Kwaku made everything more bearable. Anne slept utterly insensible in the world that wrapped her for hours. She felt weak and groggy when she finally woke, and took a considerable amount of energy simply to shut up. The headache still remained, but it was a ghost of its former self, a faint hum as opposed to an oppressive roar. Suppose she felt better if being better could be qualified by a mere lack of physical pain, but it still didn't feel wholly like herself. Anne's senses had dulled during her slumber. Her throat was dry, as were her eyes, and her limbs were heavy. Anne could remember the last time she had felt more delicate. Even breathing felt like a monumental difficulty. What time was it? She blinked once, then twice. She left the infirmary, her head spinning. Several hours must have passed during her sleep, and the sun had begun to set. It was long past lunchtime. It might even have been past dinner time, if the emptiness in Anne's stomach had any indicator. Was it 7? Maybe 8. That meant she had been asleep for over 5 hours.
No way.
Anne blinked away, the mist behind her eyes. She slowly returned to her senses until the worst of her fatigue had fallen from her. Fatigue. She scanned the infirmary, and her eyes soon met Kohaku's. Kwaku had been engaged in writing something. Reports, maybe? But the sound of Anne's waking must have stirred her. Kwaku now sat cross-legged upon his swivel chair, which was turned to face the foot of Anne's bed. Her right foot, clad in one of the highly impractical heels, pivoted on the empty air. In her hand, she nursed a streaming cup of tea, and upon her face, She wore a small smile. On! Excellent timing! I just put the kettle on. Do you want something to drink? If it's no bother. Of course it's no bother. I've been waiting for you to wake up, you silly thing! Oh, I'm sorry for kept you waiting? Don't be! Ugh. You can't help being sick. You can't help being sick. You'll never recover if you keep pushing yourself. Now stop worrying so much, it's bad for you! You're delicate enough as it is without working yourself up into even more of a state. Quaku prepared a cup of green tea for Anne as she spoke, then handed it over to her. Here you go. And be careful, don't spill it. Thank you. My ability to type is amazing. Anne accepted the cup from Kohaku. It was a little warm, but not uncomfortably so, and her fingertips tinged with anticipation. With troubling hands, Anne brought the teacup beneath her nose and inhaled. Wispy strands of steam emitted from the liquid within. It smelled uncomfortably fresh and earthy. Anne's stomach gurgled with anticipation, which, of course, Kaku noticed. Are you hungry? A little. I'm not surprised. I bet you'd not had anything to eat all day. I had a bit of breakfast. Define a bit. I had half a croissant. A croissant? Only half? I wasn't hungry then. Anne was never hungry in the mornings. When she woke up, it was usually with the faint stirring of a headache. Most solid foods turned her stomach as a result, especially those which smoked strongly. By lunchtime, Anne was typically able to work up an appetite, but even that was underwhelming. Anne rarely exercised, save for walking up and down stairs or turning the pages of her favorite books. Give me a second to check something again. I'm back. Anne rarely exercised, save for walking up and down the stairs or turning the pages of her favorite books, which really is not much exercise at all. Why then should she need to eat? It seemed like a waste of time. It was just prolonging the inevitable, really. But Igaku's presence... She suddenly felt ravenous. It was quite embarrassing, really. Tut tut. What the fuck is wrong with my VC face all of a sudden? It's not tracking anything. It's not fucking doing my mouth movements anymore. What the heck? What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Why is the mouth movements being so slow? Why is it moving so slow? What the fuck are you doing, VC face? Why did that uncheck itself? That's why nothing's happening. Oh well, whatever. Okay, click your tongue. You don't take care of yourself at all. What am I to do with you? If it was a bit earlier, I'd take you to Jardin for some carbs, but that place will probably be closed soon. At least I can give you this to munch on. Kwaku searched through a drawer in her desk, then received a wrapped rolled cake. Do you think this will do? It looks alright. How long has it been in your drawer? Only a couple of days. It's still good. I had it myself earlier. It was delicious. What's in it? Sponge and cream. It's some fruits in it too. Diced strawberries and stuff. It's really good. Won't the cream go off if it doesn't... you don't refrigerate it? Nah, it's fine. These things are so artificial. I bet it'd be able to keep even if you kept it in the Sahara Desert. That's not a ringing endorsement. Maybe not. Maybe not. You don't want to look at the calories count on the sucker. It tastes good, and that's what matters. Do you trust me on this score? I'm a doctor. Or I was. I'm still a bona fide healthcare pro, though. Okay. I guess it should be fine. It's better than fine. There's something like sweets to settle your stomach. These roll cakes are some of my favorites, said the Twinkie. This is actually my very last one, so you better cherish it. I'll, take good care of it. In my stomach? That's the ticket. Here you go. Pogo handed the slice of roll cake over to Anne, who unwrapped it, then brought it to her lips. The cake might have been a couple of days old, but it looked appealing enough, even if it was slightly misshapen. The sponge wasn't even yellowish brown, the swirl of cream within it, smooth and white. Hesitantly, she parted her lips and took a bite. To her surprise, it tasted rather good. The sponge and the cream were soft, and they slid down her throat easily, leaving behind a pleasant, sugary aftertaste. This is actually quite good. See, I told you so! There's nothing better than sweets. Now eat up! I don't want you to fainting on my watch. You look like you could use something yummy. Thank you. Anne bowed her head, then took another bite of the rolled cake. She washed it down with a sip of green tea, which paired so marvelously with the sweet cake she found herself taking another bite, and then another sip. Aunt did often eat quickly, she didn't often eat as much at all, but she had underestimated how hungry she was. Well, not Chloe. She demolished the roll cake in less than a minute. No trace of it remained, save the silky, sticky cellophane wrapper and a few stray crumbs. Parker had watched while Anne ate, and now she smiled. I'm glad you liked it so much. I'm sorry if I made a mess. It's no problem. I can clean this sheets later. I thought it was more important you got something to eat. Now, to business. You remember I said I had something to tell you, right? Yes? Anne's eyes met Kohaku. She blinked, fingers still linked about her ceramic teacup. Is it something good? I'll let you be the judge of that. It's actually my birthday in a few days. Your birthday? That's right. I might be a bit older than you, but I do have birthdays, though I'm starting to wish I didn't. No, I didn't mean to imply that. I just didn't expect it at all. You'll be 28, right? You remember how old I am?
I remember you mentioning it.
And it stuck with you after all this time? How thoughtful of you! I'm awful at remembering stuff like that. I can't remember how old my own parents are. And their birthdays. Sometimes even forget my own age. And sometimes I wish I could forget it. I can't believe I'm closer to 30 than 20.
You've been closer to 30 than 20 for a while already.
I know that! You don't need to rub it in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's alright, I was kidding. For the most part, getting old sure does suck though. I haven't found any gray hairs just yet, but when I do, it won't be the end of me. You'd better enjoy your youth while you can, On. Back pain isn't much fun.
I get headaches all the time as it is.
I guess you're right there. At least you don't have to worry about getting wrinkles, though not just yet. You're still so young.
I wonder.
I examined a reflection in her cup of half-drunk green tea. She didn't like it when Kohaku complained about getting older, not when it was something she seemed to take for granted. As a doctor, or former doctor, she should have realized that this wasn't a privilege afforded to everybody. Her careless comments stung, but Kohaku had no way of knowing this. How could she, when An had never told her the truth about herself? How about it? Unblinked, she had been lost. She'd been so lost in her melancholia, she'd failed to register a single word Kohaku had spoken during the last minute.
What was that?
Weren't you listening? I'm hurt. Okay, I'll tell you again. But try and pay attention this time. It'll be my birthday on the 18th, like I said. I don't really have anyone to celebrate with, and I don't want to spend the evening on my own, so I figured I'd ask you along for the ride. I'll ask you along for the ride instead. You know. Do you want to come with me? I was thinking we could go for a drive together Thursday evening and maybe go to a bar since you're old enough for it. You can have drinks, you can toast to my health, and we'll have a good time just as girls together. What do you say?
I don't know. I've never been to a bar before.
I didn't figure you had, so that's why I wanted you to come with me, so it's no fun going places like this on my own. Anyway, it'd be a bit of a life experience.
I don't know, I don't get along with people.
I can't imagine it'd be crowded. It's pretty dead around here. I bet there'll only be a few people. And if any guys sit on you, I'll protect you.
Do you think any guys would hit on me?
Why wouldn't they? You're a cutie. I wouldn't blame them if they did. I'd never let them make you feel uncomfortable, though. You got my word. If you go with me, which you know you don't have to, I'll keep you safe. I won't let you drink too much. Heck, you don't have to drink at all. I'll get you back before curfew, too. There'd be no turning into pumpkin on my watch.
I'm not worried about turning into a pumpkin.
It's the potential abduction part that's throwing you.
Is that lovely?
Nah, I'm just joking. It's unusual at the best times. And it'd be downright impossible with me. Remember, I'm your guardian angel. I'll look out for you inside the infirmary and outside in the big old world. You don't have to be scared or anything when you're with me. Kahaku. Unblinked. Give me a second, I'm gonna... Oh, wow. Says you're right. Unblinked. She felt a bit of a hot blush rise in her cheeks, which refused to dissipate even when she bowed her head. Kwaku wanted to go out with her. She wanted to take her to a bar and just the two of them. Ann had never been to a bar before. It was a daunting prospect, but she was interested. Ann set a cup of chilled green tea to one side. She nibbled her lower lip with her teeth, weighing up her choices. To go or not to go? That was a question, but it wasn't much of one. Ann had long since made up her mind. It's very nice to see you. You look lovely this evening, in your sailor suit. No, I don't. I look the same as I always do. That's true enough. Ann examined. The Kaku examined Ann through the rolled-up windows of the car, a playful smile curling in the corners of her lips. But I was being honest, too, when I complimented you. I guess you must look lovely all the time, then. It's just a little easier to notice when we're not inside that darb old school. I'm not lovely. Yes, you are, and I won't say it if you weren't. I won't say it if you weren't. Now, why don't you get in? Kaku opened the car door, then patted the passenger seat with her hand. It'd be the head of rudeness to leave a lady out in the cold. It's not that cold. Now lukewarm then. Stop splitting hairs. Remember, it's my birthday. I'll call you lovely if I wanna, and I'll be chivalrous if I wanted to. Let me dote on you. Come on. I think given it's your birthday, I should be the one doting on you. But alright. Thank you. No problem. Unclose the car door with a thud. The sound punctured the conversation like a full stop, cutting the interior of Kawaku's car off with the rest of the world. The night was a cool one, but not uncomfortably so. The wind had ruffled Anne's hair during her walk from the dormitory to the school's imposing gates, but it was nothing a few swipes with her fingertips couldn't fix. After all her deliberation, Anne had wore her hair as she usually did, tumbling loosely about her shoulders. The rest of Anne's outfit was similarly plain. She wore the same white shirt and navy skirt she had worn during the first date with Kawaku, if it could be called that, compared to a demure girly part, complete with a demure girly part of pink ankle socks. Pair of ankle socks. Anne didn't bother with the makeup. She owned a few lipsticks and eyeshadow palettes. They had all been gifted from Runa, but she didn't know how to apply it. Kato Kohaku and felt woefully underdressed. Despite her manifold concerns, however, Kaku had complimented her. She called her lovely. The compliments made Ann's cheek flush. She didn't think she deserved it, but she did appreciate it. Are you alright, Ann? Do you need any help with your seatbelt? I'm fine. I'm not a child. I know you're not. I was just asking because the car is kind of old. Just like everything else that I own. Is it? It is? It's secondhand. It had a whole bunch of miles on it when I got it. But it ain't that bad. I take good care of it, so maybe you can't tell. It's the first big purchase I ever made for myself. So it's kind of like my baby. I don't think you're a baby though. And if I did, I wouldn't have asked you to come drink with me. I might be responsible, but not even I would want to get a kid smashed. Hammered, even. Shit-faced. Absolutely floored. It's nice to know you have some principles, even if you did open your dogs. And worms, and beetles. You cut apart beetles? Once or twice when I was little. What can I say? I was curious. I hope you've grown out of that. Oh yeah, cutting apart insects stopped being interesting when they quit squirming. As a doctor, you're only supposed to cut people apart when they can get back up and start walking around again. It was pretty sad that those insects didn't put up any fights. You sadist. I can't be, I'm a doctor! I'm supposed to help people get better! Kwaku poked at her tongue and on side. I think most people would agree that only sadists become doctors. Maybe so, but I don't want to see you getting hurt. Safety first. You sure your seatbelts are okay? On blushed. She didn't like being fussed over. Particularly not by a woman as capable as Kohaku. She batted Kohaku's hand away and said stiffly, I'm fine. Alright then. Let's do this. Kohaku turned the keys in the ignition, and then her car rumbled to life. Kohaku grasped the wheel with both hands and carefully reversed the car down the lone tree-lined avenue, which led up to Zelia's imposing gates. Trees looked from outside the car's windows, tall and dark, imposing. The engine of Kaku's car hummed in the background, an ever-present sound which was audible, even above the music Kaku had put on. It was similar to the music Kaku had played during the last trip to the nearby town. It was strange and plasticky, and didn't sound particularly melodic. Ann was unsure if she liked it. There was something strange about it. So, what do you think? This music's a lot of fun, isn't it? It's, lively. Ha! That's one word for it. I know some people hate this kind of thing, my mother for one, but I think it's cheerful. You said you listened to this stuff with your father? I sure did. He's the one who... I sure did. He's the one who got me into it. We used to listen to his old tapes together. But we had to do it with Mom when Mom was out. She disliked this band that much? You don't know the half of it. She was nagging Dad to throw his old P-model stuff away for years. She said she couldn't stand to hear it, and it was one thing she couldn't compromise on. Your dad gave his old tapes to you? Either that, or my mum would have chucked them all away. Poor P-model. They never did anything wrong. Kaku sniffed, but Ann knew this was more pantomime. She could see Kaku's face illuminated by the slice of moonlight. A cool smile curled the corners of her lips. I take it you're not a fan of them either? I don't hate them. But you don't love them. I don't really understand them. They do sound like the sort of band that you would like, though. Ha! I don't know if that's meant to be a compliment or not, but I'll take it. Kwaku turned his attention back on the road, tapping her fingers against her steering wheel to the irregular beat of the music. Ann, for her part, was struggling to find the beats of the song at all. Could people listen to this sort of thing for fun? It was rather relaxing, but then again, neither was Kaku. This sort of music really did suit her. The bar Kaku brought on to was the little humble establishment, located on the outskirts of the nearby town. It was dimly lit and smoky. The floor lacquered wood, and the walls hung with artistic photographs in the mountains of the ocean. The faint sound of jazz music. No! Poor Possum, good luck on Ira stuff. Be safe. The faint sound of jazz music could be heard above the clinking of glasses and murmured conversation, but Ann couldn't see a piano. The music must have been pre-recorded, played on either a CD or a cassette tape. It seemed that the recording was an old one, given how the track hummed and popped at irregular intervals. It was a little after 8 when Kaku and Ann arrived at the bar, and there were only a handful of customers. There was a few weary, dead-eyed men in the business suits at the corner, sipping amber whiskey and smoking. At the back of the bar, meanwhile, there was such a young woman in a red dress on her own. A tall glass of something or other sat in front of her, but she didn't drink it. She was too busy examining her reflection in a compact. Was she waiting for somebody? A date, perhaps? Not long after. No, how long had she been waiting there? On hope she hadn't been stood up. Kaku gave the salad man a wide berth, leading on to a side of the bar which was tucked away in the corner. Then she talked through all the various drinks that were available. Ann tried to listen to her, but the squirming unease in her stomach and the stink of cigarette smoke made her feel woozy. Everything felt vague and undefined, almost dreamlike. Maybe she was drunk already. If not on alcohol, then on the atmosphere. Hey, Ann? Are you alright? I'm fine. Are you sure? You're not saying very much.
never say very much.
Oh, I suppose that is true. So, do you know what you want?
Well, I was listening to you, but this place serves so many drinks. They have so many funny names, it's hard to keep them all straight.
I get where you're coming from. But try not to sweat it. I used to go to bars pretty often back in Tokyo. And even I can't keep track of all the stuff they sell.
You can't?
What do you think I am? A walking encyclopedia? There must be thousands of different cocktails out there. Maybe more. There's no way to keep on top of them all.
Thousands?
Yeah, that's a lot. It doesn't help that no two bars are the same either. They tend to serve the same basic stuff, but there's certain cocktails you can only get out of certain places. Some bartenders serve stuff stronger or weaker, and some cocktails are known by different names. It's a lot to remember. It makes me feel like I'm cramming for my university entrance exams all over again. There's no shame in being confused, especially if this is your first time coming to a place like this.
I've never even touched a drop of alcohol before.
Not even at New Year's? Oh, and sugar head. Okay. And if you're undecided, I can always pick something for you. I'll go for something simple, which isn't too strong. I wouldn't want you to get smashed. We might have come here to celebrate, but I'm still a doctor first and foremost, and I know what drinking to excess can do. And it can feel pretty good in the moment, but I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself. And FYI, liver disease is so not worth it.
I'll take your word for it, and I don't mind if you want to take my drink. You seem to know what you're talking about.
Why, thank you for your vote of confidence. If only Mr. Isakawa had been so trusting. My classmates, too, and my colleagues, and all the higher-ups, and... you. Now I'm starting to piss myself off. I guess I really do need a drink. Kaku ordered the drinks at the bar, on which, as she chatted with the bartender, the flat of her palm slid across the tabletop. The meandering jazz piece skipping a beat in the background, and two of the businessmen at the counter stowed out their cigarettes in unison. It wasn't long after this, however, that they fished brand new cigarettes from their breast pockets, unable to go even a minute without inhaling noxious fumes. They both flicked their cigarettes lighters, more or less in perfect sync, and the tips of their cigarettes burst into life. Unwatched this, feeling out of pace, Nagaku finally returned, both hands occupied with their drinks. Hey on! I'm sorry for the wait. I've got a drinks! This is for you. Koku slid one of the drinks to her companion. And this is for me. She sat down out of seat, holding one leg over the other, then clicking her glass against her arms. Cheers! Cheers!
Cheers.
Unwatched, Kaku drank, her fingers curling around the handle of her damp glass. For all the Kaku's warnings about the dangers of drinking, she was knocking her drink back, like a parched man in a dry desert. It hadn't been a minute, but it was almost gone already. Kaku sighed, satisfied, and slammed her half-drunk drink down on the counter with a thud. The ice inside the glass clinked, and the pale yellow liquid sloshed against it, breaking the ice in little waves. Ann examined the contents of Kaku's glass with some curiosity, then asked,
What's that? What's that?
A screwdriver. Orange juice and vodka.
Vodka?
Unfrowned.
Should you really be drinking that? You're supposed to be driving.
It's fine. I know my limits, and I'm not gonna have much more than this. Much more than this. I'm a bad enough driver already. Specifically in the dark. Without being blackout drunk. I wouldn't want to crash the car into a tree, and I definitely wouldn't want to hurt you. There'd be no way to celebrate my birthday. Right, I see.
Right, I see.
On exhaled. A sliver of anxiety remained in her heart, like the Snow Queen's enchanted ice shard. But that was nothing new. Anne was anxious about everything.
What are you going to drink for the rest of the evening then?
Soda water, probably. I should have paced myself a little better. Really savoring this drink, I really couldn't help myself. It's been so long since I last went to a bar. Had a bar. I was really craving something alcoholic.
Have you been stressed about work?
Oh, I'm always stressed about something or another.
Really? I didn't know that.
That's cause I'm good at hiding it. Right up until I can't. I guess it's the same with most people. I doubt many people like their jobs all that much. This job isn't half as difficult as my old one, though. I've got no real reason to be stressed out. But... Grogu's voice trailed off. Oh, never mind. Let's not talk about work right now. We don't want to end up like those guys over there. Grogu jerked ahead towards the businessmen at the corner, who were alternatingly smoking and drinking, but rarely speaking. Now they look really miserable.
Maybe they had a hard day at the office.
A hard life, more like it. Judging by the way their backs are all hunched over, they look like they're carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders. Not that I can really blame them. This world is a tough old place to reside in. It gets marginally better when you indulge in a vice or two, though. Grogu took another sip of her screwball, screwdriver, but she was more circumspect about it this time. She let the fruity alcohol dissolve across her tongue slowly, and sighed as she swallowed it. Now, what about you? Don't you want to try the drink I got you?
Oh, yes.
Looked down at her own drink. It would have been served in the same type of glass as Kaku, tall and thin. There was a bed of ice cubes at the bottom, clinking together beneath the layers of translucent liquid. Anne brought the drink to her nose and sniffed it. It was faintly fruity, a little tart, like Kaku shampoo.
What is it?
Highball.
Highball?
Chilled whiskey and soda water, mixed with a whole bunch of ice. It's a pretty popular cocktail, and it's not that alcoholic. I figured you might like it. Never tried by Discord.
Oh, alright, thank you. Thank you?
There's no reason to thank me. You haven't even tried it yet.
Right, then, here goes.
I inhaled as one might before submerging their head underwater. Then she steeled her nose and took a small sip. The moment she did, Anne felt her tongue tingling. She never tried whiskey before, but she could taste it. It cut straight through the soda water like a knife. It was unlike anything she had drunk before. Sharp like glass, but not altogether unpleasant. Unsupposed there was a quiet taste. Do you like it?
I'm not sure. It's a bit sour, but well, I don't dislike it.
It takes a bit of getting used to. Whiskey's a bit easier to get down with than vodka, at the very least. It doesn't burn as much.
Is alcohol supposed to burn?
If you drink enough of it, yeah. It can screw up your stomach and it can make you feel super sick. Then when you wake up, you feel awful. Simply awful. I've been there and I've done that more than enough times.
Over a drink like this?
I
don't get it.
It's really the alcohol that people crave. Kinda like coffee in that way. Can can make you awake, but alcohol is good at easing up your inhibitions. It makes you braver, bolder, more self-confident. That's what it's supposed to do, at least. If you have enough sense to know when to call it quits. If you drink too much, you can get aggressive, or end up retching, depressive wreck, or end up a retching, depressive mess wreck. It's a balancing act, like most things are. The use of alcohol isn't really its main draw. That's why there's so many cocktails. People are always thinking up ways to make alcohol more palatable. You've got to mix it with this or that. Add ice. Stuff like that makes the drinks part more palatable. Helps gets down so you can enjoy the after effects.
I see. Maybe I should drink a bit more then.
Drink as much as you feel comfortable with. I'm not trying to push you into the path of alcoholism.
No, it's fine. There's a lot of things about the world I've never experienced. Now I have the chance, I'd like to try it. It would be a shame not to.
A shame, you say. Kwaku smiled ruefully. Nothing like a bad influence.
Maybe you are. I won't deny that. I wouldn't have come here if it weren't for you. But I don't mind being influenced every once in a while. It's better than staying inside my room worrying.
Do you worry often, Anne?
Not often. That's why I like to change if I can. Even if it's only a little bit.
Well, that is the primary function of alcohol. I can't pretend that I've never drowned my sorrows in it. It can feel good at the time, but it's not a suitable form of happiness. It doesn't last.
That's alright. I think you'll be fine after all.
I'm with you.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Anne brought her drink to her lips and took another sip. The taste didn't surprise her now, and she drank more than she had before. Time ticked by. Time which both women spent enjoying their drinks. The music in the background continued to skip and pop. A muted backing track to the somber evening. Two depressive businessmen might have gone through a whole pack of cigarettes between them in the 10 minutes. The air was thick with smoke, and it didn't bother Anne. She was beginning to feel comfortably lightheaded, her blood warm in her body, reassuringly numb. At some point, Anne drained her glass. Kwaku brought another round of drinks, a fresh highball for Anne, and a glass of soda water for herself. Anne sipped her second drink. She was beginning to grow accustomed to the taste. It still couldn't compare to oolong tea, but it wasn't all that bad. She particularly enjoyed the cold alcohol. She particularly enjoyed how cool the alcohol was, how crisp it relieved the dryness of her throat, and soothed the dull, ever-present aching on the back of her head. The door opened, a man entered. The woman in red dress, who had been waiting on her own for almost half an hour, lifted her head. Her eyes widened. Her calm mind lips parted in surprise. She exclaimed,
Tatsuya, I was wondering where you were. I missed you!
"Sorry, Naomi." Tatsuma smiled apologetically. Then crossed the bar with a series of resounding footsteps. He was intimidatingly tall, so much so his head almost bumped the ceiling when he passed. Anne's glass quivered. "I was held up with work, and I would have called by my phone."
Alright, don't worry about that now. I'm just so happy to see you.
Well, isn't that nice? Baku had been watching the couple, a freshly lit cigarette pinched between her thumb and forefinger, and now she smiled. I'd love to see a happy ending. Anne wanted to be happy too. She wanted to forget all the problems that plagued her for once in her life and enjoyed herself. Perhaps if she drank enough, she'd be able to distance herself from the girl she was. She would become somebody new. Somebody happy. Somebody who could seize opportunities on her own, without being paralyzed by her own decision. Was it possible for her to become a person like that? Anne had lived in a fishbowl for so long. She was uncertain. Treading water was all she knew. It was all she had done for 20 years. Why bother? The pertinent voice in her head had whispered, "When you have so little time left, what's the point in even trying?" What was the point of anything? Everything was beginning to feel vague and hazy, almost unreal. Anne sniffled. All of a sudden, her eyes flashed down. Anne? Coco glanced away from the embracing couple and examined her partner. She saw the tears upon Anne's eyelashes, shining ever in the dim lights, and frowned. Are you alright? What's wrong?
It's a lot of things. There's so many things to talk about. I'm not sure where to begin.
Anne's fingers curled together on her lap. She sniffled, suddenly overcome. She'd wanted to confess to Kohaku for a long time, but had been incapable of doing so. She didn't want to risk ruining the relationship. It was to worry about such things now, though, with tears in her eyes and the sharp taste of alcohol in her tongue. It was impossible to escape from her worries. They would never leave her. Not for as long as she lived. Not, man thought, with a shudder, that she had much longer left.
Kohaku, there is... Well...
Ann paused once more. She thought of keeping silent. It wasn't too late. But she felt tired. To her bones of keeping secrets. If anybody deserved to know the truth about her, it was Kohaku. She didn't want to keep lying to her.
There's something I want to tell you.
Oh? Koku's voice dropped to a low, conspiratorial whisper. She leant closer to Ann, after stubbing out her cigarette, and said, "What is it, Ann? Is something on your mind?"
There's always something on my mind. I can't get rid of it. In fact, you could say that problem is in my mind itself.
Ann laughed bitterly, without humor. Her eyelashes were still down when she blinked. A few tears trickled down her cheeks. She fancied at these tears stung the way down, infused with all the whiskey she'd drunk during the last half hour.
It might sound strange, but with the fact that I'm sitting here with you right now in this bar, it feels a bit like a miracle.
A miracle? Ann nodded.
That I can talk to you and drink with you, even cry in front of you. It's not something I should be able to do. You see,
Ann inhaled, her breath tasted sharp on her tongue. This was it. There was no going back.
I was never supposed to live this long. The doctors all thought I would die before I reached my 18th birthday. I have a tumor in my brain, behind my right eye, just here.
Ann pressed her fingertips against her brow bone for emphasis.
That's been growing for years. It was picked up by chance when I was 8 years old. I fell over at school and gave myself a concussion. My mother was worried about internal bleeding. I felt pretty hard, so she took me to the hospital for a scan, and that's when they found it. The doctor said I had a tumor and it was cancerous. It was growing. They said if they left it, it would kill me. But they didn't want to operate on it either. The doctor said that the tumor was located in a tricky spot. Operating on it would be too dangerous. The operation would almost definitely kill me. There was nothing that could be done, it just had to accept it. And so did my parents. The doctor said I would live for maybe another decade, but that was a generous estimate. I've been prepared to die ever since I was a little girl. When I first found out about my condition, I didn't think I understood what death was. It was a huge shock for my mother, but it didn't really hit me. I just sat there in the doctor's office, which is so clean and white, and I didn't say anything. I thought it made sense. I had suffered from bad headaches all my life, long before my mother took me to see the doctor. It was a relief to know where they came from and what caused them. My mother didn't see it that way, though. She cried a lot, and it scared me. I tried to comfort her, but that made her cry even more harder. My father didn't cry, though. My mother told him about it. He just looked at me, and he looked so tired it made me feel guilty. I thought I'd done something wrong. I apologized to my mother, and she told me not to be silly. She said that none of this was my fault. She told me that she would look after me. She promised that she would always be with me. But she couldn't keep her promise. It wasn't long after my diagnosis that my dad was offered a job offer in England, which he accepted. He took my mother with him, but he wouldn't let me come. He said I was too sick to fly. I had to stay in Japan, at St. Cecilia's. My father told me that St. Cecilia was a good school. It cost a lot of money, so I should be grateful. It was a big opportunity. Wasn't it better I stayed in Japan where I could speak the language, rather than moving to a whole new country? My father said he was leaving me in Japan, for my own sake. But I don't believe him. I think he saw me as a disappointment. He's always been a perfectionist. He fussed about my clothes and my hair and my table manners all the time. When he learned about the tumor, he didn't look sad, just disappointed. I wasn't the perfect daughter he wanted. I let him down, so he abandoned me. He left me.
Anne's shoulders trembled. She could feel her heart pounding against her ribcage. Pounding so hard she feared her bones might shatter. Part of her almost wished it would. Some people might have regarded life as a precious gift, but Anne didn't. She thought that life was a burden instead a dull grinding, which left her feeling exhausted. She was tired all the time, but nobody seemed to understand how she felt. There had been Miss Takuichi, but she'd left Celia's years ago. And Miss Shiokawa, but Anne had never been that close to her. And there was Miss Kayano, whom Anne liked, but she didn't love her. Miss Kayano was motherly, but she wasn't the same as a real mother. And neither was she the same as a real friend. I'd never had much in the way of friends since she was so quiet, dour, and gloomy. Runa was the closest thing Anne had to a companion, but Runa's cheerfulness was so aggressive, Anne couldn't always cope with it. She couldn't cope with life in general. It was all too much for her.
I've always had headaches, but they've been getting worse and worse the last few years. They never really seem to go away, and sometimes they're agonizing. I've had headaches that are so bad they've made me vomit. On other days, I can't even get out of bed. I'm tired of deteriorating. I don't like feeling tired all the time, and I can't stand all these headaches. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it all, and I'm sick of being sick. I'm sick of hanging around waiting to die, not knowing when it's all happening. I know that it will happen someday sooner than it will for everybody else. I've spent so much time waiting to die, I feel like I'm never really living. I've never had the chance to live, and now I'm afraid I've left it too late. afraid of everything. Kaku.
Ann sniffled, her cheeks wet and blotched with tears.
I like being with you. I really, truly like you. I've had so much fun the last few months than I've had in years, and I'm happy, but also scary. I'm afraid of letting myself be happy because I know it won't last. I'm going to die soon. I was supposed to die 2 years ago. How am I supposed to live when I could die 2 years from now? Or 2 months? Or even 2 days? How am I supposed to live my life like this when it's all going to end soon? I don't know what to do.
Ann sobbed, brokenly, while pressing her hand against her palms. Her head against her palms. Her shoulders were heavy, heaving. Tears trickled down her cheek, and she knew that she was being too loud. She knew that people were staring at her, but she found, quite uncharacteristically, that she didn't care. Why should she worry about the judgments of strangers? It was unlikely that she would ever see them again. In any case, she was dying. If anybody had a right to cry, Anne thought she did. She was tired of life, but she didn't want to die. Neither did she want to waste what little time she had sobbing, feeling sorry for herself. But perhaps the drink had coaxed her out of it. She was terrified. Anne. Oh, Anne. Anne could hear Kohaku through her tears. Her voice was soft and gentle, as were her arms, which soon enveloped her. Kohaku was embracing her. Anne's head fell against Kohaku's chest. She was soft and warm, and though her arms were slender, they felt secure. Anne inhaled. She could smell citrus shampoo and cigarette smoke. She could smell Kohaku. Kohaku didn't push herself away, despite her tears. She was still there, and she still cared, and this filled Anne with such relief that she started to cry even harder. She couldn't stop shaking. I knew there must have been a story behind her headaches, but I didn't want to press it. I didn't want to press it. I didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable. That was no small feat, mind. I'm a nosy person by nature, and I had a bite in my tongue to stop myself from asking all kinds of questions. For a doctor, I'm not the most considerate of people. Kohaku giggled, and when she did, her breath stirred Anne's blonde hair. I kept quiet, though. I told myself you'd open up on your own time, and I'm glad you did. I'm happy that you placed so much faith in me, though I can't say I'm happy about what you told me. You must have suffered more than I thought, but please, try not to worry about what I might think. This isn't enough to scare me away.
It isn't?
No, I'm stubborn, so I'm gonna stick by you no matter what, I promise. Kohaku and Anne left the bar shortly after Anne's outburst. Kohaku helped Anne to the car, and then she began to drive. She navigated the car down the lamplit street, then plunged between the tree lines, country roads. Kohaku didn't put her music on this time, and the car was eerily silent save for the rumbling of the tires and the hum of the engine. On the back in her seat, she could feel the car pulsing around her like a living creature. Her stomach roiled with every potful that her head pounded. She felt dull, slow, and stupid, impulsively tired. She had thought that alcohol was supposed to invigorate people, but apparently not. She had drank 2 whole highballs. Well, 1 3/4, but all her prior pleasure, pleasant, light-headed haziness had gone. Perhaps she had cried all the alcohol out of her body. Throat was dry from talking too much. Her throat was dry from talking too much, but her cheeks were moist and damp from tears. The silence was oppressive. It made her feel uncomfortable. She wanted to say something, but what? She said far too much already. Why hadn't she kept her mouth shut? It was Kohaku's birthday, for goodness sake. It was supposed to be a celebration. Well, some celebration that has turned out to be. I found sobbing into a drink, her face all twisted. Kohaku had tried to be nice, but unfeared, she had exhausted her patience. Was that why Kohaku hadn't spoken since they stepped into the car? Anne squirmed uncomfortably in her seat. The seatbelt felt tight and constricted across her chest. It was hard to breathe. What if Kohaku pitied her now? What if she hated her? What if... Alright, we're here. There was a click as Kohaku undid her seatbelt. Reached over, smiling, then said, "Let me get that for you, milady." There was another click as Anne's own seatbelt was retracted. Its silver clasp winked in the moonlight as it snaked by. In a second, I'm doing tech support. There's another click as Anne's own seatbelt was retracted. The clasp winked in the moonlight, and it snaked by, relinquishing its hold upon Anne's body. Huh? Anne started, drawn suddenly by the reverie. She'd been so lost in her own thoughts, she had failed to notice where they were. Now that she looked around, she could see that they wanted to see outside the city's imposing gates. Pucker had brought her to a grassy verge, which overlooked the town. Um... Hi, who summoned Ina? I know. Hello! Why you have a horror story? Why you come in? Hey, on a horror story. That's quite the entrance you're making. Sure, I guess. Yeah, it's in documents. Sorry. I'm also having my friend do. I'm also casually doing tech support with my friend. Yeah, I'll be back to that story in a minute. So, I'll do something. Welcome back, Possum. Someone is telling us a horror story in the chat, and I'm also trying to do text for my daughter right this second, live right now, at the same time. As I just am doing tech support. I'm doing text. I'm trying to help my friend do tech support and also read a story. Also, the whole horror story happened right now. Lol. Anyways, let's read the story. Tech support SMH. No one would like to be going to going on field trips. I'm assuming that meant, but since her friend was a bus driver and after lots of begging, she finally let me. But I was shocked when my friend wasn't the driver, but some dude named Sam went to what looked like an abandoned cabin site. Sam must have knew the owner, because he said, "Yo, what's up, pal?" As we all got our things and headed into the cabin to our choice, he says, "We have lots of games, so don't go to bed just yet." As we all wondered what the game was, someone says how it's creepy how long it took us to get to arrive here. We all just brushed it off, though. The first game was to get some wood barriers. Wood barriers and fucking the magic mirror blocked the rest of the story. Give me a second as I move. A window just opened up and blocked the screen. I'm very aware that the Be Right Back thing is still on screen. Anyways, where was I? It's creepy. How long? Wood, berries, and a shovel. Some dirt and grass, too. As you complete the mission under 20 minutes, he says the loser will have consequences. We found it suspicious that his friend came back without the group that got lost. After a while, more and more lids kept disappearing. As it was us four left, someone tried to escape through the window, but was found. They wanted to burn the cabin down, but decided just yell at us and threaten us. We decided to go through event. Go through events since they were distracted, but one of them was caught cause they actually made a sound. Need help with your camera? Fuck no. We ran away with what gave that's better. Sure. We ran away, but the god cuz got stuck in the vent, and then through looking back on it, it felt guilty even though she tried to steal my crush. A lot happened in that sentence. The story is jumping a lot. A lot of jumping back and forth in the story. There's like random there's things that are don't balk me, bitch. There's a lot happening in like the span of 3 seconds. In like real short. Anyways, where was I trying to tech support? That's wrong. Open folder. Should probably use the latest version of VMagic if I want to help Hasu. How do I check for how do I get new version of VMagic? Again. I don't remember what that is. There's a lot happening. Obviously, at the very end, you talk about how there's it's like someone tried to steal a girlfriend, which is really abrupt and random. I'll be honest, because that was never talked about until randomly suddenly adding that, and then we just jump to all of a sudden there's lids missing and there's 4 left. There's a vent. That's kind of sus. Also, spelling mistakes. Also, casual spelling mistakes, but that's besides the point. I'm not sure. Not much horror in it just yet. It just seems like a story so far. Where did Hasu go? How do I update VMagic? Okay, cool, cool, cool. I should be using the. I should use the latest version of it. I can't find the. I'm not using the latest version. I update this again. Should reload it. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna knock her to the next cave. What's the name of the magic? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. No, it's just getting. Also, sorry to cut it off now, even though it's getting late. I need to do things. A lot happened. Stop pressing buttons, me. A lot happened. we learned a lot about on today. But I need to do things. But yeah, I hope you had a lovely rest of your evening. I'm gonna go raid my daughter as I continue helping. I try to help her. CT score 244. I'll see you guys tomorrow or maybe later today. We'll see. I know tomorrow we're going back to River City Girls. It's been ages. But maybe later today I'll do some more art stream. I don't know. Until then, bye. Rating time. Bye bye.